Дрон на вертолет. Прямо сейчас делегации прибывают на вертолетах на аэродром, который расположен вот за этой горой. Его отсюда не видно, но шум двигателей в небе не прекращается ни на минуту. Все. Чуть-чуть может. Да нормально. С общака начали? А, вообще-то да. А мне с общаком больше нравится. Ну, долину не знаю, так не летит. А так я обычно бесплатно. Даже не общак. Прямо зараз делегації прибувають на аеродром, який розташований он за тією горою. Його звідси не видно. За тією. Прямо зараз делегації прибувають на вертольотах на аеродром, який розташований за цією горою. Його звідси не видно, але гуркіт гелікоптерів у небі не припиняється ані на хвилину. Прямо сейчас делегации прибывают на вертолетах на аэродром, который расположен вон за этой горой. Его отсюда не видно, но шум двигателей в небе не останавливается ни на минуту. Не прекращается. Прямо сейчас делегации прибывают на вертолетах на аэродром, который расположен вон за этой горой. Его отсюда не видно, но шум двигателей в небе не прекращается ни на минуту.
Frau Bundespräsidentin, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you. Zum Auftakt der Konferenz wird nun Bundespräsidentin Amherd für das Gastgeberland ein Statement abgeben. President Amherd will make a statement on behalf of the host country at the start of the summit on peace in Ukraine. Anschließend äußert sich der Präsident der Ukraine. Die Statements werden in Deutsch und in Ukrainisch abgegeben und natürlich dann auch übersetzt. The statements will be given in German and Ukrainian. The press conference will be translated. Frau Präsidentin, Sie haben das Wort.
Ja, besten Dank, Herr Präsident, Exzellenzen, meine Damen und Herren. Wir befinden uns hier unweit eines Ortes, der im 15. Jahrhundert einen für die Schweizer Geschichte entscheidenden Friedensschluss hervorgebracht hat. Unsere Ziele heute sind bescheidener. Wir werden hier auf dem Bürgenstock nicht den Frieden für die Ukraine verhandeln oder gar verkünden können. Aber wir wollen einen Prozess für einen gerechten und dauerhaften Frieden inspirieren und konkrete Schritte in diese Richtung unternehmen. Aus diesem Grund haben wir entschieden, die Konferenz auf Bitte der Ukraine auszurichten. Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, für das Vertrauen, das Sie der Schweiz entgegenbringen. Die Weltlage ist schwierig, weit über den Krieg in der Ukraine hinaus. Die Schweiz setzt sich für Frieden und Dialog ein. Als kleines, aber global vernetztes Land haben wir, wie andere Staaten auch, ein existenzielles Interesse an einer auf Regeln und dem Völkerrecht basierenden internationalen Ordnung. Die Charta der Vereinten Nationen bildet die Grundlage einer regelbasierten Ordnung. Russlands Angriff verletzt diese aufs Schwerste. Die Menschen in den Kriegsgebieten erleben seit bald 2,5 Jahren unermessliches Leid. Die Erosion des Respekts für das internationale Recht schadet nicht nur ihnen, sondern auf Dauer allen. Wenn wir einen Prozess in Richtung Frieden inspirieren wollen, muss irgendwann auch Russland einbezogen werden. Das ist allen klar. Als internationale Gemeinschaft können wir dazu beitragen, das Terrain für direkte Gespräche zwischen den Kriegsparteien vorzubereiten. Dafür sind wir hier. Meine Damen und Herren, das sind die Vorzeichen, unter denen hier in den kommenden Stunden hochrangige Delegationen aus 92 Staaten und 8 internationale Organisationen zusammenkommen werden. Es ist erfreulich, dass es möglich war, eine nicht nur hochrangige, sondern vor allem auch breite Teilnahme zu erreichen. Ohne große internationale Unterstützung wäre dies kaum möglich gewesen. Eine ganze Reihe an Staaten hat sich im Vorfeld für diese Konferenz eingesetzt. Europa ist heute stark vertreten, aber es ist nicht allein. Staaten wie Indien, Saudi-Arabien, Südafrika, Kenia und Mexiko sind inmitten vieler anderer hier. Die Ziele der Konferenz sind bekannt. Wir wollen einen Prozess inspirieren hin zu einem umfassenden, gerechten und dauerhaften Frieden für die Ukraine auf der Grundlage des Völkerrechts und der UNO-Charta. Wir wollen ein gemeinsames Verständnis für einen möglichen Rahmen zur Erreichung dieses Ziels entwickeln. Und wir wollen diskutieren, wie und unter welchen Umständen auch Russland in einen künftigen Friedensprozess eingebunden werden kann. Die Diskussionen an der Konferenz werden sich auf 3 Themen konzentrieren: nukleare Sicherheit, Ernährungssicherheit und die menschliche Dimension. Es handelt sich um Fragen von globalem Interesse die eine große Anzahl von Staaten direkt betreffen und die bereits in verschiedenen Friedensplänen für die Ukraine vorgeschlagen wurden. Diese Themen scheinen auch geeignet, Vertrauen aufzubauen. Konkret geht es um den sicheren Betrieb aller ukrainischen Nuklearanlagen, den ungehinderten Export von Grundnahrungsmitteln, insbesondere via Schwarzes Meer, den Austausch von Kriegsgefangenen, die Freilassung von willkürlich inhaftierten ukrainischen Zivilisten sowie um die Rückkehr von verschleppten ukrainischen Kindern. Hier können gerade Länder, die Konflikte selbst erlebt haben, ihre eigenen Erfahrungen einbringen. Meine Damen und Herren, dass die Konferenz zum Frieden in der Ukraine stattfindet und dass sie so hochrangig und breit abgestützt ist, ist wichtig. An diesem Wochenende werden sämtliche teilnehmenden Staaten ihre Perspektiven und Ideen einbringen können, wie ein Prozess für Frieden und Dialog ausgestaltet werden kann. Das ist im Interesse von uns allen. Besten Dank.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you very much, dear journalists and all those present. Today is the day of our joint success. Indeed, we all managed to give diplomacy a chance. Ukraine never wanted this war. It's a criminal and absolutely unprovoked aggression of Russia, and the only one who wanted it was Putin. But in any case, the world is stronger. That is why the peace formula was born, the formula of unity of the world majority for the sake of peace, for the sake of the full effectiveness of the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, international law, and thus global security. This is something that is close to every nation in the world. That is why we have managed to bring together 101 for now countries and international organizations. For today, such number of participants registered here in Switzerland for the first inaugural Peace Summit. Some other countries and leaders have shown interest in our summit and responded to the peacemaking impulse of the peace formula, and even if they are not here today at the first summit, we have succeeded in bringing back to the world the idea that joint efforts can stop war and establish a just peace. This idea will definitely work because the world has power. I thank each and every one of you who helped and helping. The peace formula was presented at the G20 meeting in Indonesia. After that, 4 meetings of national security advisors took place, and each meeting brought the world closer to the first peace summit. The first was in Copenhagen, Denmark, a good foundation for late then Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, fantastic hospitality which helped to attract more countries. The next stage was a meeting in Malta, which was very productive, and the fourth meeting was here in Davos, when there were already 82 participants. It was after that meeting that it became clear, and after our conversation with you, Madam President, during my visit to Switzerland, that we were ready for the first inaugural Peace Summit. Switzerland helped to implement it very effectively, with absolutely respect for each participant, and I am grateful for that. Today, the summit represents all parts of the world, all continents, different nations, both geographically large and small, every political pole of our world, Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, Asia, the Pacific, Australia, North America, all of them. The views, ideas, and leadership of each nation are equally important to us. And everything that will be agreed upon at the summit today will be part of the peacemaking process that we all need. I believe that we will witness history being made here at the summit. Thank you for your support, and may a just peace be established as soon as possible. Slava Ukraini!
The conference is over. Thank you for your attention. Please.
Thank you.
Excellency, welcome to BUERGENSTOCK. Your Excellency, welcome to BUERGENSTOCK Resort. It's a pleasure to have you here. Such a Your Excellency, welcome to Governorship Resort. How are you? Welcome back home.
Excellent. Excellent.
A very warm welcome. Yes, lovely. welcome to BUERGENSTOCK results.
Oh, dat is Zweden, geloof ik. Ja, dat is toch voor Zweden.
Welcome back, Excellency. Very well welcome.
Der Fotograf nur eigentlich drücken, dass es durchkommt. Ja, ja, die hast du voll drin gelassen. Wie? Nein, andere. Also, intern.
Excellence, one photo. Sorry, I'm too late. Thank you. Thanks. Nerede?
Da kann man immer noch aussuchen, ja. Man kann sagen, ja oder nein.
Excellence, one photo. Thank you.
Sorry, nyt vähän. Mielestäni näitä kannattaa käyttää.
מה קולומביאני זוכר את זה?
Também vamos tentar gritar com o Marcelo. Eu diria que é o nosso.
Excellence, one photo. Thank you very much.
Ale ta była baczka.
looking for the dinner set.
Presidents for 1 year.
Yes, the president. Arriving But it's okay. Later I'll be back to pay more.
I mean, you don't need to. I'm gonna ask him
Wie ist die Stimmung unter Politikern?
Signor Cassis per la televisione svizzera, quali sono le aspettative di questa conferenza?
Di fare un primo passo verso un processo di pace che dia delle prospettive e che ci faccia immaginare qual è il successivo di passo.
Cosa significa per la Svizzera questa conferenza?
Un momento importante perché è la più grande conferenza sulla pace da quando è scoppiato il conflitto in Ucraina e significa poter far credere e dare la speranza agli ucraini ma a tutto il pianeta che anche questa guerra potrà finire.
Grazie mille.
Une centaine de pays.
Welcome to BUERGENSTOCK Resorts. Es ist wirklich wunderbar, Sie dann hier als Teil der Konferenz.
Okay, now. What are your expectations?
My expectation is that we're taking the first steps towards peace. I think if you don't talk about peace, you can't achieve it. I'm very glad to see that there are about 60 heads of state government and about 100 countries present here.
How can this summit write history?
Writing history is probably a big word, but we need to start writing it. So if this gives us a manuscript for where history could take us in terms of peace, I think that's already good.
How is the mood?
I think mood is quite good. I mean, I'm glad. I'm a fairly new president, so I'm glad to see so many colleagues here as well. All right.
How's the surroundings and this BUERGENSTOCK
Is it a realistic path to peace?
En français?
En français, ça va. Est-ce que c'est une voie réalistique pour
C'est la première phase. Je trouve que c'est très important de commencer à discuter. Mais si on ne discute pas, on va jamais l'achever.
I was invited by the president of Swiss Confederation.
Yes. What is it? What is your role? What is your role?
My role is to
There's like one waiting area with coffee. There's going to be a meet and greet with the president right next to
Sir? Sir?
Zelenskyy, how are you?
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, are you confident?
Advisor, United Arab Emirates.
President Zelenskyy.
His Excellency Pavan Kapoor, Vice Minister of the Republic of India. His Excellency Rus Chalichandra, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. Her Excellency An Sim, Special Envoy of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Singapore. His Excellency Yuli Yoel Edelstein, Member of the Knesset of the State of Israel. His Excellency Armen Grigorian, Secretary of the Security Council of the Republic of Armenia. His Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. His Excellency Galvez Carlito, Minister of the Republic of the Philippines. His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Jazi, Minister of State of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. His Excellency Tohir Dulkamal, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Union of the Comoros. Her Excellency Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. His Excellency Gareth Haddad do Espírito Santo Guadalupe, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. His Excellency Vincent Biruta, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Rwanda. His Excellency Abdulatif Al-Zayani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain. His Excellency Marko Duric, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia. His Excellency Omar Paganini, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. His Excellency Bill Shorten, Minister for Government Services of the Commonwealth of Australia. His Excellency Sidney Mufamadi, National Security Advisor of the Republic of South Africa. His Excellency Natu Oswald Twe, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Liberia.
We travel together, we know each other.
His Excellency Mark Mitchell, Minister of Police of New Zealand. His Excellency Javier González Olaechea, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Peru. His Excellency Ki-sun Bang, Minister for Government Policy Coordination of the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Luminita Odovescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. His Excellency Ian Borsch, Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe. Her Excellency Isabel Berro Amadei, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Principality of Monaco. His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of San Marino. His Excellency Cissé Ismailov, Minister of Information of the Republic of the Gambia. His Excellency Afuku Frank Armel Oguva, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Benin. His Excellency José Ulises Correa e Silva, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cabo Verde. Her Excellency Ebba Busch, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency Bjarni Benediktsson, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency Dimitar Borisov Glavchev, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency Simon Harris, Prime Minister of Ireland. His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. His Excellency Albert Ramchand Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Suriname. Please. His Excellency Khairala Shanana Gusmao, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. His Excellency Karl Nehammer, Federal Chancellor of the Republic of Austria. His Excellency Daniel Risch, Prime Minister of the Principality of Liechtenstein. His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I should have paid attention. Okay, sorry. You know the rules by now. Yeah. Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. Her Excellency Maria Pecinovic-Buric, Secretary General of the Council of Europe. His Excellency Javier Espot Zamora, Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra. His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. His Excellency Daniel Noboa, President of the Republic of Ecuador. His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Il y a personne. Heads of State. C'est le prochain, ça. Il faut dire à la présidente aussi.
Yes, and you have to be.
Oh, I have to be there. I will never learn. Thank you. Great.
See you. See you.
See you.
Pause. Pause. Okay.
On the way.
Super.
Welcome to BUERGENSTOCK. I hope you had a good trip. Everything is okay. Please. Thank you.
Republic of Chile.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Miriam Spiteri de Bono, President of the Republic of Malta. His Excellency Ratu William Maiwali Katonivere, President of the Republic of Fiji. Her Excellency Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Here, just Alexander Straight.
His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland.
Show my photo, okay? You go to the gym? You go to the gym?
Yes, I have.
Good. Thanks.
His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. His Excellency Denis Bečirović, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Her Excellency Nataša Pirk-Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya.
Albania.
His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency Javier Milei, President of the Argentine Republic. His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. Her Excellency Vjosa Osmani, President of the Republic of Kosovo. His Excellency Mohamed Menfi, President of the State of Libya. His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. His Excellency Sir Angel Samuel Whipps, President of the Republic of Palau. Her Excellency Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. His Excellency Juraj Blanar, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan. My apologies. His Excellency Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan. His Excellency Stefan Brunner, Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica. His Excellency Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, Prime Minister of the State of Qatar. His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council. His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
3, 4, 5 still missing, but not more. So you prefer to wait a few minutes?
Yes.
Would you like some water?
I'm with manager.
You can stay here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
No water. No water, no life.
His Excellency Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Very nice to see you. Thank you. No, you too. Thank you for hosting us. It's a very, very important occasion. It's fantastic that you brought together such a large number of people. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to today's discussion.
This way, please, Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
See you. I'll see you inside. Yeah. Oh gosh, sorry.
Yeah, this way, please. This way, please. You've lost weight, Mr. Zelenskyy. You've lost weight. You look good on it.
Okay. Oh,
yes, all of us.
thank you.
Perfect.
His Excellency Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Meloni. Okay. Sinon. Salut.
Це допоможе.
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
How are
Vice
you?
President. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm well. Thank you so much. How are you?
Very well.
Very
Glad
good
to see you. Glad to see you.
Yes,
Okay.
you told her to stay here.
Okay, let's stay here.
Yeah, some
At
official
least for a
things.
moment.
Yes.
Okay, then let's see. Excuse me.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the opening plenary of the Summit on Peace in Ukraine is about to start. The first speaker will be Ms. Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation. The plenary will be chaired by Mr. Cassis, Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. Madam President, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome you here to the Bürgenstock, high above Lake Lucerne. There is a long tradition of seeking ways out of war in peaceful places. The Bürgenstock is that kind of place. Though its beauty is in sharp contrast to the reason for this summit, the mountains serve as a reminder that it takes many steps to achieve ambitious goals. Our goal is to inspire a process towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Of course, we are aware that there is a long path ahead of us. We are under no illusion that we will reach a conclusive understanding at this summit. But we can come closer to reaching such an understanding word by word, proposal by proposal, step by step. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the past 28 months have made it clear that the war in Ukraine has far-reaching repercussions for international order, for those in the areas directly affected by the hostilities, and for the lives of millions of people around the world. We all have an existential interest in ensuring that international relations are based on rules and on respect for international law and human rights. Switzerland is a partner for peace and dialogue. As a neutral country, we look back on a long tradition of solidarity and good offices. The harmonious coexistence of nations isn't just a noble objective. Striving for a just and peaceful international order is a commitment set out in our Constitution. To fulfill this responsibility and honor our tradition, my government accepted President Zelenskyy's request to host this summit. Our aim is to launch a broadly supported process where voices from all corners of the globe can discuss their ideas and points of view. The fact that you have accepted our invitation and that your nations, as well as international organizations, have sent such high-level delegations proves that this approach was right. Although our objective is ambitious, it is in the interests of everyone here to commit to this ambition. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that a peace process without Russia is inconceivable. A lasting solution must involve both parties. As an international community, we can help to pave the way. That is why we are here. At the same time, we are aiming to achieve real progress on specific issues. With your support, we have defined 3 issues of global impact that we will discuss in our working groups. These are nuclear safety, food security, and the human dimension of the war. Our most important goals for this weekend are to inspire a process leading to a framework for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. To develop a common understanding on how to take concrete steps towards such a framework. And we want to discuss how and under what conditions Russia can be included in this process. It is essential that so many of us use this summit to express our support for a peaceful process, for a process beyond any armed hostilities. Over the past few months, you have actively and with the utmost commitment helped plan and prepare for this summit. I wish to thank you most sincerely for your help. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finding a path to peace requires perseverance and will. It requires effort on all sides. We can only achieve the ambitious goal of this summit if we pool our strength and come together, even in areas where our positions differ. Here on the Bürgenstock, we will all be making that first crucial step. It is up to us to make sure it is followed by a second. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I invite the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, to take the floor for his address.
Thank you so much. Madam President, thank you. Thank you for your efforts to organize the summit and bring about a just peace. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day when the world begins to bring a just peace closer. I thank everyone who has worked for this day, every leader, all the teams and advisors, all the states. 101 states and international organizations are now at the summit, and this is a tremendous success, our success, the common success of all those who believe that a united world, United Nations are stronger than any aggressor. Distinguished leaders and representatives of states and international organizations, everyone who is here today for the sake of a just peace. I'm pleased to welcome everyone to the first Peace Summit, which can be the first step towards a just end to the war of Russia against Ukraine. And when we end it justly and fairly for Ukraine on the basis of international law, then every nation in the world will be able to count on the same justice and fairness, on the same effectiveness of the UN Charter with regard to its rights. And then these words will once again have their full power. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and so important of nations, large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained. These are the first words of the UN Charter, but they are also the words that describe the essence of the peace formula, which became the basis of the Peace Summit and encouraged all parts of the world and different nations with equal respect to participate in our joint work. The Peace Summit, our unity here proves that the very idea of international law remains alive and effective. Your presence here proves that the UN Charter and the basic conventions are not a formality, but the real foundations of coexistence among peoples. Our principles are clear. No one had the right to wage a war of aggression against a neighbor and undermine one of the basic principles of the UN Charter, the territorial integrity of states. No one had the right to threaten the world with nuclear weapons. No one had the right to undermine food, energy, or any other security of the world and its regions. No one had the right to kidnap the children of another nation. No one had the right to undermine peace. We are able to ensure the effectiveness of such principles. These are globally important principles. And I am grateful to you, distinguished leaders and representatives of states and international organizations, for proving that the world may not fall into total war anymore. The war Russia unfortunately brought to us, to Ukraine, to our homes, to Ukrainian cities, our villages, and hundreds of them were unfortunately completely burned by the Russian bombs, artillery, and missiles. Putin has taken the lives of thousands of our people. Why? Because he wants to take over a neighboring country. I do not wish this to anyone. I sincerely wish that all of you, all the peoples of the world, every child, every family could simply live without war. And I want this for all Ukrainians. Ukraine had the right to peace, just like all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we must stop this war based on the UN Charter, respect for international law, the just interests of the Ukrainian people, and the idea of the undeniable value of human life, not war. Now we will focus on 3 points, like Madam President said, on what is useful to everyone in the world, without exception. The first point is radiation and nuclear safety. The second is food security. The third is the release of prisoners and deportees, adults and children, military and civilians whose lives have been broken by war. We will focus on 3 initial points of the peace formula, and in the process of working on them, we can reach an agreement and create an action plan for each point of the formula. Therefore, this inaugural peace summit includes 3 panels where each participating country can show its leadership. The peace formula is inclusive, and we are happy to hear and work on all proposals, all ideas, what is really needed for peace and what is important to you, dear friends. I urge all of you to be as active as possible, and I'm proud that all parts of the world, all continents are now represented at the Peace Summit. We have managed to avoid one of the most terrible things, namely the division of the world into opposing blocks. Here, there are representatives from Latin America, Africa, Europe, Middle East, and Asia, the Pacific, North America, and religious leaders. 101 participants, and no one had the privilege of deciding for another. This is true multipolarity, when each political pole of the earth is represented and has its own influence in solving a globally important issue. No one doubts that the global majority wants to guarantee all aspects of security, including nuclear and food security. The majority of the world definitely supports the principle of territorial integrity of states, sovereignty of nations, and equality in relations between peoples. The world majority definitely wants to live without bloody crises, deportations, and ecocides. And so every nation that is not represented now and that shares the same values of the UN Charter, indeed and word, will be able to join our work in the next stages. The peace formula encourages all the powers of the world to think about ending the war and to propose how to end it. And therefore, the very idea of war has already lost. Putin should switch from the language of ultimatums to the language of the world majority, which wants a just peace. Distinguished leaders and representatives of states, what exactly can this summit deliver. First is to prove that the return of security is indeed possible. We will work out the steps with you. Second is to provide a real plan to make every step for peace work, from nuclear and food security to the release of prisoners and deportees, to the complete end of the war without the threat of its new outbreak. I believe it's possible. Third, there is no need to reinvent the wheel when the UN Charter already defines the foundations of peace and normal coexistence of peoples. We just have to return to them. And for this purpose, we need to decide how countries will cooperate, who will be co-leaders, in order to fix and implement an action plan. These are absolutely clear and achievable goals. Now, there is no Russia here. Why? Because if Russia was interested in peace, there would be no war. We must decide together what a just peace means for the world and how it can be achieved in a truly lasting way. The UN Charter is the basis for us. And then, when the action plan is on the table, agreed by all, and transparent for the peoples, then it will be communicated to the representatives of Russia. And so that at the second peace summit we can fix the real end of the war. Now we are starting this path together. We must prove that the united world is a world of peace, a world that knows how to act correctly. Thank you for attention. Thank you for participating in the summit. I hope for fruitful work together, of course, together. We all need peace. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'm pleased to hand over the floor to the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, President Ahmed and President Zelenskyy, for hosting this summit. It is my honor to be here with all of the leaders today. I first met President Zelenskyy in February of 2022, just 5 days before Russia invaded Ukraine. An outrageous attempt to subjugate a free people and an attempt to wipe a sovereign state off the map. On that same day, I addressed the Munich Security Conference and made clear that the United States of America is a steadfast supporter of the principles that people have a right to choose their own form of government. Nations have a right to choose their alliances. Alliances. There are inalienable rights governments must protect. The rule of law must be cherished. Sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected. And national borders should not be changed by force. And nearly 2.5 years later, I am here to reaffirm the commitment of the United States to these principles and our unwavering commitment to support the people of Ukraine as they defend themselves against Russia's brutal aggression. As I discussed with President Zelenskyy earlier today, President Biden and I have made clear over the past 3 years, we are committed to uphold international rules and norms, to defend democratic values and stand up to dictators, and to stand with our allies and partners. This approach has provided for our security and prosperity for generations, and it continues to do so today. This approach makes America strong, and it keeps Americans safe. And this approach bolsters global stability. Russia's aggression is not only an attack on the lives and the freedom of the people of Ukraine. It is not only an attack on global food security and energy supplies. Russia's aggression is also an attack on international rules and norms and the principles embodied in the UN Charter. Russia is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Nevertheless, for nearly 2.5 years, it has shamelessly violated the core tenets of that charter. If the world fails to respond when an aggressor invades its neighbor, other aggressors will undoubtedly become emboldened. It leads to the potential of a war of conquest and chaos, not order and stability, which threatens all nations. President Joe Biden and I will continue to support Ukraine and continue to impose costs on Russia. And we will continue to work toward a just and lasting peace based on the principles of the United Nations Charter and the will of the people of Ukraine. President Zelenskyy, the United States shares your vision for the end of this war and an end to the suffering of the Ukrainian people. And let us all then commit to the imperative of returning innocent children kidnapped by Russia, returning them to their homes. Let us also agree a practical benefit of the work of this peace summit is to increase global food and energy security. And let nothing about the end of this war be decided without Ukraine. By contrast, however, yesterday, Putin put forward a proposal. But we must speak truth. He is not calling for negotiations, he is calling for surrender. America stands with Ukraine not out of charity, but because it is in our strategic interest. We stand with delegations from more than 90 nations who also have a strategic interest in a just peace in Ukraine. Among us, no doubt, exists a diverse range of views on many of the global challenges and opportunities we face. We don't always agree. However, regarding Putin's unprovoked, unjustified war against Ukraine, there is unity and solidarity in support of international norms and rules. For President Joe Biden and me, it is one of our defining missions to uphold the international rules-based order, to defend it, strengthen it, and promote it. And no doubt it must be a priority for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. May I now ask the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, to give her address.
President Amherd, liebe Viola, President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, Vice President Harris, dear Kamala, Presidents and Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies. We have all come to Switzerland from different places, with different histories. We may not always see the world in the same way, but there's something all our countries have in common. We all value our independence and our freedom. We all expect our borders to be respected. We all yearn to be the masters of our own destiny. Some, indeed many countries, have had to fight for this, for independence, for self-determination, for freedom. And this is also what Ukraine is fighting for. This is also what the people of Ukraine desire. And their greatest aspiration is to be independent and free in peace. They want the missiles to stop hitting their cities. They want to live free from fear. They want their children to be safe, not constantly worrying about the next air raid siren. Surely this is the right of all countries and all people. And this is why we're here today. We're here today to help bring an end to a brutal and unjust war. A conflict that has shattered lives and displaced millions. The echoes of Russia's war of aggression reverberate across the globe. Energy prices have soared, food prices have exploded, and it is a cautionary tale for the entire world. Is it right that a larger country can invade and take territory from a smaller neighbor? The answer is, of course, no. It is written in the Charter of the United Nations. And that is why it is vital that we reaffirm that charter. It is vital that we pledge again to uphold firmly the principles of the UN Charter. Freezing the conflict today with foreign troops occupying Ukrainian land is not an answer. In fact, it is a recipe for future wars of aggression. Instead, we need to support a comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace for Ukraine. One that restores Ukraine's sovereignty and its territorial integrity, the inviolability of all borders, the sovereignty of all nations. This is at stake. And history teaches us the quest for peace is fraught with challenges. But it was precisely from the ashes of World War II that the United Nations were born. And today we need once again to light that beacon of hope for global peace and security. We, the international community, must stand together to support Ukraine in its pursuit of peace. That is how we open the path to peace. That is how we open the path that will allow lives and homes to be rebuilt. And that is how we open the path to restore international peace and security. Our common task is to reaffirm the primacy of the United Nations Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. As we would like to give the opportunity to speak to everybody during the upcoming sessions, I kindly ask all speakers to limit your interventions to 1 to 3 minutes. I am now pleased to invite the President of Kenya, William Ruto, to give his intervention.
The President of Switzerland, the President Zelenskyy of Ukraine, Madam Vice President of the United States, heads of states, ladies and gentlemen. 79 years after the international community established a multilateral institutional framework to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been a horrifying spectacle of carnage and devastation, which has left 500,000 people dead and 7.1 million people displaced in its wake. Across the world, people and nations are enduring the negative consequences of disrupted supply chains. Kenya's position has been clear and unequivocal from the beginning. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is unlawful, unjust, and a violation of the fundamental principles of international law, which honor the sovereign equality of nations, upholds their territorial integrity, and advocates the peaceful resolution of all disagreements. Just like the war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East has been equally devastating. So is the case with the war in the Sahel region in Africa, in Eastern DRC, in Somalia, in the Horn of Africa, and of course in the Sudan. 40 million Africans have been displaced by the war in our continent, and 2.5 million kids are out of school. This state of affairs speaks volumes of global leadership, and especially the peace architecture at the United Nations, and more specifically, the gridlock at the United Nations Security Council. Today, a farmer in Kenya, in rural Kenya actually, knows there is war in Ukraine for two reasons. Number one, he paid more for his fertilizer, and number two, his fertilizer came late. Let me also say, this peace summit is a historic step in the right direction. For the first time, we have convened to talk about peace in Ukraine and not war in Ukraine. Secondly, a commitment to peace makes certain fundamental concessions inevitable. This summit should not be a meeting of just friends. This should be a meeting of both friends and foe. To succeed in this positive trajectory, Russia must be on the table, number one. Number two, an American general, Norman Swartzford, said, the more we sweat in peace, the less we bleed in war. It is time for leaders of the world to talk about peace, negotiate peace, work hard to build peace, and configure a global strategic framework that integrates peace as the sole means and end of human endeavor. Finally, we have gathered here and we are reminded by the Indian statesman Mahatma Gandhi, who said that an eye for an eye will make humanity blind. Just as Russia's invasion of Ukraine was unlawful and unacceptable, the unilateral appropriation of Russia's assets is equally unlawful, unacceptable, and a derogation from the UN Charter, especially for those of us who believe in freedom, justice, and democracy, and the rule of law. As we embark on this journey to resolve conflict in Ukraine and throughout the world, it's time for parties to the war in Ukraine to demonstrate good faith, abandon intransigent attitudes, and soften their positions. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I am delighted to hand over the floor to the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz.
Madam President, dear Viola Amherd, dear Volodymyr Zelensky, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We have come here today to talk about peace. Peace in Ukraine first and foremost, of course, but nothing less than our global security and the rules-based international order are at stake. For Ukraine, defending itself for over 2 years against the Russian aggression is an existential fight to secure its free and democratic future, as Russia denies Ukraine its independence, its territorial integrity, and its very existence as a sovereign nation. This illegal war of aggression has shattered peace and brought imperialism back to the European continent. While this is a war in Europe, it has, as we have witnessed over the last 2 years, far-reaching global consequences. This war has endangered international food and energy security. It has put the threat of a nuclear catastrophe back on our minds. It has weakened global economic growth and highlighted the fate of the most vulnerable, of innocent civilians, unlawfully displaced persons, in particular children and prisoners of war. This all comes to show. This war affects us all. That is why I describe the Russian war of aggression as a Zeitenwende, a watershed moment. But how to end Russia's war against Ukraine and achieve a just and lasting peace? Let me share some reflections with you today. First, no country wants peace more than Ukraine. But let us be honest, peace is more than the absence of war. An immediate ceasefire without serious negotiations, without a roadmap toward a just and lasting peace, merely on the basis of so-called new realities, would only legitimize Russia's illegal land grab. In the end, this would result in yet another frozen conflict, a scenario that is unjust, dangerous, and not sustainable, neither for Ukraine nor Europe or the international community as a whole. Second, Some say that any negotiated peace must take into account Russia's legitimate security concerns. Let us recall that before the invasion, both NATO and the US were ready to enter into a broader discussion on European security that included all relevant countries. The aim was to promote transparency and stability and to build trust in order to reduce the likelihood of future conflict. As we all know, it was Russia that chose war over diplomacy and dialogue. So let me be very clear. Whatever the perception of one's own security concerns may be, these concerns must not and cannot justify an invasion of a peaceful neighboring country. Third, I would like to highlight that it is Ukraine, the victim of unprovoked aggression, that has had the courage to present to the world a peace plan. Inspired by President Zelenskyy's peace formula, many, if not all, of the countries represented here today have participated in the Copenhagen, Jeddah, Valletta and Davos meetings of national security advisors. And so we are here today. I'm very grateful to our Swiss hosts that we can enter into a truly global exchange on principles for a just, lasting and comprehensive peace and on how to achieve the widest possible international support for a future peace process in Ukraine. Which document is better suited to guide us than the Charter of the United Nations with its fundamental principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty? This also includes the respect for international humanitarian law and human rights. It includes the sovereign equality of all states, the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and multilateral cooperation for the benefit of humanity. These principles are binding for us all, and they are the foundation of the international rules-based order. My last point today is on Russia. It is true, peace in Ukraine cannot be achieved without involving Russia. But let us not forget that, as we speak, Russia continues to relentlessly wage its brutal war. We all know Russia could end this war today or at any given moment once it ceases its onslaught and withdraws troops from Ukraine. To date, Russia has refused to heed our collective call for peace on the basis of international law and the UN Charter. Our gathering today is important, and I want to thank all of you for your participation. We all recognize that achieving peace still requires tremendous efforts. We should jointly seek to achieve a framework and a roadmap for concrete steps in this direction. I have compared this process to a small plant that needs watering, nurturing, and delicate care. Let us engage collectively in ensuring that this plant develops and grows. Let us use the time until our next meeting to intensify our efforts. I look forward to our discussions.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. I am now pleased to invite Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed Al Thani from Qatar to share his thoughts.
Madam President Viola Amr, Sir President Zelenskyy, Excellencies, I would like to begin by extending my appreciation to the Federal Republic of Switzerland for hosting this summit towards seeking peaceful solution to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Amidst an international climate of conflict, the importance of continuing to call for a ceasefire and striving to find a peaceful solution is clear now more than ever. In this context, I renew the State of Qatar's call on all parties to comply with Charter of United Nations and international law, respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, to uphold our collective commitment to settle international disputes by peaceful means, and to refrain from threatening to or resorting to the use of force. Ladies and gentlemen, the State of Qatar has strived to keep channels of communication open in order to work on addressing the humanitarian repercussions of this conflict. With this in mind, and at the request of our Ukrainian friends, Qatar hosted talks in Doha with the participation of both Ukrainian and Russian delegations in order to discuss the reunification of Ukrainian children with their families in Ukraine. These efforts have been welcomed by Russia and have so far resulted in reunification of 34 children with their families, and our efforts continue to reunite many more. Under our Health and Recovery Program, we have hosted these families in Doha to provide a comprehensive care for them and their children. Esteemed guests, since the beginning of this conflict, the State of Qatar has strived to support international efforts to address the worsening humanitarian repercussions and protect civilians through multiple pledges to support health, education, and food security initiatives launched by Ukraine. Internationally, we played a key role in alleviating the global energy crisis arising from this conflict, working to maintain supply, quantities, and price stability in global markets by rapidly increasing our LNG exports to European countries. Excellencies, amidst this global context of conflict and disasters, international cooperation is vital now more than ever. I look forward to the discussions that will result from this summit in the coming days and to exploring suitable mechanisms that will ensure the participation of all parties in a constructive dialogue towards achieving a peaceful solution in accordance with international law and Charter of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you also for being on time. May I hand over to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud.
Your Excellencies, I would like to thank the Swiss Confederation for inviting us to attend this summit, in line with its long tradition as mediators and peacemakers. The Kingdom's participation in this summit stems from our commitment to support all efforts at reaching an end to this conflict and achieving sustainable and just peace and security. We hope this summit provides the much-needed basis for placing us on a political track to resolving the conflict. Since this conflict erupted, the Kingdom has asserted the centrality of international law, the importance of peacefully resolving differences through dialogue, and the need to reduce tensions and mitigate the global impacts of the war. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister also extended the Kingdom's good offices to both sides, expressing our readiness to mediate and bring the conflict closer to a solution. These efforts have positively contributed to the exchange of hundreds of prisoners, including multiple foreign nationals. The disruption to peace and security in Europe has affected global stability and hindered collective action and global cooperation. We reaffirm the importance of facilitating access to global food supplies and working to strengthen both global food and energy security in the face of the challenges the world faces. More than 2 years into this conflict, the impact is felt by the international community, and it is therefore a shared burden to encourage peace and negotiation rather than further escalation. The Kingdom views as a priority the need to facilitate a cessation of hostilities and to encourage an environment conducive to peace, one that spares further destruction and the loss of life. This overreaching consideration has been reflected in our balanced position from the beginning of the conflict, while leveraging our positive relations and good offices with both sides in search of a pathway to peace. We have also sought to provide Ukraine critical humanitarian assistance to alleviate the suffering of the Ukrainian people. These principles reflect the Kingdom's long-standing position, and we will continue to lend our support to all efforts to facilitate dialogue between both parties. We believe it is important that the international community encourage any step towards serious negotiations, which will require difficult compromise as part of a roadmap that leads to peace. And here it is essential to emphasize that any credible process will need Russia's participation. We hope the outcomes of this summit reflect those aims. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. It is my pleasure to ask the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, to give his address.
はい、まず、スイスの素晴らしいホスピタリティと、そしてサミット開催に向けたご尽力に、心から謝意を表します。日本は、2年以上前にロシアが侵略を開始した直後から、今日のウクライナは明日の東アジアかもしれない、こうした考え方のもと、厳しい対ロ制裁と強力なウクライナ支援を実施してきました。また、一昨日には、ウクライナをさらに支えていくべく、私とゼレンスキー大統領との間で二国間文書に署名をいたしました。また、昨年5月、私が議長を務めた G7 広島サミットにおいて、ゼレンスキー大統領や招待国の首脳も交えて議論を行い、主権、領土の一体性の尊重といった国連憲章の原則を守ることをはじめとする4つの原則を確認いたしました。この広島での議論が基盤となり、本日、ウクライナに平和をもたらすべく、約100の国と国際機関の代表がここに集まったことを喜ばしく思います。本日、我々は一つの共通の思いのもとにここに集まりました。それはウクライナに一日も
об'єднані тут однією ціллю. Ми всі сподіваємося, що в Україні буде якомога швидше відновлений мир. Цей мир має бути справедливим і тривалим. Має спиратися на принципи міжнародного права, включаючи
現状変更の試みを正当化するようなものであってはなりません。このような公正かつ永続的な平和をウクライナで実現することは、国際社会全体を分断、対立ではなく、協調の世界に導いていくために象徴的に重要なことです。ここに集う我々が率先してリーダーシップを発揮しようではありませんか。国際社会が一致して取り組むに際しては、我々の命や生活に直接的影響を与える喫緊の問題への対応も急務です。日本は今回のサミットのテーマの一つである原子力安全につき、共同議長として議論に積極的に貢献してきています。また、人道問題も重要です。日本はウクライナの人々が安心して日々の生活を取り戻せるよう、電力分野や地雷除去分野での取り組みを強化していきます。そして来年、地雷除去に関する国際会議を日本で開催する予定であり、日本ならではの形で貢献していきます。日本はウクライナの美しい大地に平和を取り戻すべく、国際社会と緊密に協力し、引き続き取り組みを継続してまいります。Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And now I'm delighted to pass on the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, President Amherd, President Zelenskyy. Colleagues, Russia chose to wage war on Ukraine. We come here united because we choose peace. Peace based on the foundational principles of the United Nations Charter. The Ukrainian people did not ask for this fight, but in defending their country, their valor and their sacrifice have been truly humbling to witness. It is a cruel paradox that the things that make life worth living are also the things for which brave men and women are prepared to die. For family, for freedom, for the ability to shape one's own future. We salute them all, just as we abhor all of those who have pushed this fate upon them. I recall my first visit to Kyiv when I saw the explosive devices that departing Russian soldiers had placed in children's toys and footballs. There can be no justification for that. There can be no justification for escalating nuclear rhetoric. There can be no justification for disrupting food supplies to tens of millions of vulnerable people. Now, there will be, of course, a diversity of views around this table, but I commend and thank everyone for their participation here today, demonstrating that you all seek a genuine peace to this conflict. Because Putin has no interest in a genuine peace. He's launched a sustained diplomatic campaign against this very summit, ordering countries to stay away. And we should ask, why does Russia feel that they are so threatened by a summit discussing the basic principles of territorial integrity, food security, and nuclear safety? Instead, Russia's representative at the United Nations recently said, the only topic for any international meetings on Ukraine will be the unconditional surrender of the Kyiv regime. Well, that will never happen, because aggression cannot and will not prevail. Instead, we must set out the principles for a just and lasting peace based on international law and the UN Charter. That is the path to a permanent cessation of hostilities, showing that we will always protect the right of all nations to determine their own future. And this summit is a chance to start down that path, to respond together to the global impacts of the war in Ukraine, to send a strong message from the international community to Russia and beyond that we want to end the suffering. We want to see an end to this war, and we want to make this the day that the path towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine became that much closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm honored to now pass the floor to the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, Mr. Shah Mama Gush Mahu.
Excellencies, thank you for giving Timor-Leste the opportunity to share our perspective. I would like to thank Her Excellency Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation, for inviting me to this Peace Summit. I will keep my intervention brief, focusing on a message that I humbly ask you to bear in mind as we discuss the pathways forward to bring peace to Ukraine and its people. Timor-Leste profoundly understands the suffering faced by the Ukrainian people as a result of the ongoing conflict. We also experienced the invasion and occupation, and our people still carry the haunting memories of the war, which still remain all too vivid for us. From our experience, we learned that we could not put an end to a war which was being supported by Western nations, the same countries that used to speak of the importance of international law and the rules-based order. What kept us determined to continue to fight and die was the hope that after the war we would live in a new world order that was being promoted at the time. But unfortunately, after 24 years of war and now being independent, what we see is a world of disorder with even more conflict than before. Excellencies, international law is the foundation of global peace and order. However, it must be applied uniformly to every nation, and all states must abide by it. Today, we continue to see the selective application of international law. We see some nations oppose occupation in one country, but not in another. Too often, the very nations that proclaim the sanctity of international law are the ones that violate it. If we are committed to maintaining international peace and security, we must apply international law consistently, without selective enforcement, and treat all conflicts with equal importance. We have a moral obligation to address and be concerned about all conflicts equally. Currently, around 65 wars continue worldwide. Even if they seem distant from our own countries, we must not forget them. We must hold on to international law's promise of justice and the wish for peace. Excellencies, I will conclude my message by once again appealing to you to remember these points as we move forward in our discussions and, more importantly, after we return to our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Now I invite the President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, to take the floor.
Excellencies, I speak to you today at a seminal moment in our collective pursuit of peace and justice. We're gathered here with a shared mission to seek a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine, grounded firmly in the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. It is well established that Russia's aggression against Ukraine constitutes a flagrant violation of international law, an unjust act that has wreaked havoc not only on Ukraine, but on economies worldwide, particularly those in Africa. Ghana, one of 28 African countries who joined the global majority at the General Assembly of the United Nations in condemning the act of aggression, did so for principal reasons, emanating from her historic opposition to great power hegemony, domination, and bullying of small nations, which led her to lead Africa's successful struggle for liberation from colonialism, imperialism, and the racist system of apartheid. The ripple effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict have reached far and wide, disrupting global trade, destabilizing markets, and exacerbating economic hardships for millions and millions of people. The African continent has been particularly hard hit. Our economies, already vulnerable and struggling to recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, have faced additional strains due to this conflict. The blockade of the Black Sea has led to severe shortages and skyrocketing food prices, which have precipitated a food security crisis across Africa, as many nations rely heavily on these imports to feed their populations. The cost of living has surged, and the specter of hunger and malnutrition looms large over our most vulnerable populations. In the face of such widespread suffering, it is imperative that we come together to chart a path towards peace. This summit offers a crucial platform for dialogue, enabling us to address the complexities of this conflict and work collaboratively towards a resolution. In this context, the Ukrainian peace formula stands out as a critical framework for reaching lasting peace. The formula emphasizes several key elements essential for a sustainable resolution: the immediate cessation of hostilities, the withdrawal of Russian troops, and the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. It also underscores the need for the protection of human rights and the facilitation of humanitarian aid to those affected by the conflict. By adhering to the principles outlined in the Ukraine peace formula, we can ensure that any peace agreement is just, equitable, and enduring. It is equally imperative that any resolution, whilst respecting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, addresses the legitimate security concerns of all parties involved. This comprehensive approach will help prevent future conflicts and foster a stable and secure environment in the region. The Ukraine peace formula provides a viable roadmap, and together we can work towards a future where all nations can coexist in harmony and security. And it is for this reason that Ghana regrets the absence of the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China at this meeting. This meeting is a testament to our collective will to seek peace and justice, and I'm hopeful that through our concerted efforts we will succeed, no matter how long and arduous the journey. I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President, thank you very much. May I now hand over to the President of Spain, Pedro Sánchez.
Let me begin by thanking Switzerland for hosting this summit of peace in Ukraine. More than 2 years have gone by since the beginning of Russia's military aggression, a clear violation of international law and the principles of the UN Charter, including those of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. I want to pay tribute to the heroism and resilience of the Ukrainian people and its government in the defense of their country. Spain will continue to support Ukraine for as long as necessary, because one thing is clear in this conflict: there is an aggressor, which is Putin, and there is a victim, which is the Ukrainian people. In every conflict, we must defend the victim and stop the aggressor. We are addressing today some of the global consequences of this conflict: the dreadful humanitarian crisis, the worsening of the pre-existing global food crisis, particularly damaging the most vulnerable, and the fear of a nuclear catastrophe that we thought we'd never experience again. Spain has engaged actively with policy and resources to try to mitigate them. But there is another important consequence of this war, which is the impact on the international order. It might be tempting to blame others, such as the West or NATO, for this war. Russia may claim that it has security concerns about the situation in Europe and that these concerns are legitimate. However, some basic rules must apply in any case in order to maintain the peaceful coexistence among nations. There are quite simple rules, like one country cannot invade its neighbor, it cannot annex the territory of other country by force, food is not a weapon, nuclear threats are unacceptable. If we do not act according to these rules and we do not strongly defend them, there is no international order. Chaos would lead our world under the rule of those who are the strongest. And this is just not acceptable. Today, in this important meeting, we must send a very clear message that we gather around core values, like the respect for each and every country's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. That international law and international humanitarian law always apply and must be respected all times. These are universal principles that need to be strongly upheld in a coherent and consistent manner, in every place, at every time, and no matter the actors involved. Principles are principles, and therefore they are not negotiable. This must also be the basis of a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Any solution that validates an aggression or a violent annexation will not last. It will only lead to a more unstable and dangerous world. We hope that this meeting will help build that consensus from which a future solution can be discussed with all relevant actors, including Russia. It is time that we deliver the just and lasting peace that Ukraine and the world deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As next speaker, may I call the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković.
Thank you very much, Madam President of the Swiss Confederation, Mr. President of Ukraine. First of all, thank you for having organized this global summit on peace in Ukraine widely attended and well planned. Russia's invasion of Ukraine actually is not only 2 years and 4 months long, it's a 10-year invasion and aggression of a neighboring country that has proved that the international law is not respected, that the global governance has been left without an answer to this conflict. It has caused disruptions to European security, energy, food supplies, and had a global impact. The unjustified narratives of questioning Ukrainians' identity, of falsely alleging the so-called denazification of Ukraine, were just pretext for the territorial ambitions. And even yesterday we heard the tactics, salami at its best. In 2014, Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk. In 2024, Zaporozhye and Kherson. Then perhaps a pause, and then one can see what may happen later. Therefore, there are differences between peace and peace. The peace that Croatia can advocate will never be the peace where the victim should capitulate and get rid of its own territory. The real peace should involve immediate ceasefire, strong international engagements based on previous experiences, with even perhaps a high-level personality involved that can be trusted by all sides, in order to use all the mechanisms that the United Nations have in the past had on the similar experiences of peaceful reintegrations of temporarily occupied territories. Croatia, that has itself been a victim of aggression 30 years ago, shares to Ukraine its extensive experience on humanitarian issues, including in prisoner exchanges, forced transfers of children and civilians searching for missing persons, psychological support for veterans and humanitarian demining, strong expertise on the prosecution of war crimes. We shall support President Zelenskyy's peace plan, work in coordination with the rest of the international community in order to achieve a just peace and Ukrainian future that will be integral when it comes to its territory and democratic when it comes to its values, because your defense of your homeland was heroic. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Prime Minister. As next speaker, may I invite the President of Georgia, Salome Zurabishvili.
Mrs. President Hammered, President Zelensky, the war, not in but against Ukraine, has been ongoing for over 800 days. 800 days of losing innocent lives, devastation, economic destruction. 800 days when Ukrainians have been fighting for the freedom and the territorial integrity of their country, but also for the freedom and security of Europe at large, and beyond that, for the ideals of democracy and for sustaining, maintaining or restoring the rule of law. My country, Georgia, can only share the plight of the Ukrainian people that we have experienced in our turn. Before Bucha, there was Abkhazia, is the title of a film. And yes, before the war against Ukraine, there was a war against Georgia, not once, but many times. And before the occupation of territories in Ukraine, there was the occupation of territories in Georgia. So my country can only share the concern for the human devastation that Ukraine is living through, the forced transfers of children. My country can only share the concern for the instability and confrontation that Russia has brought to the Black Sea, instead of cooperation and connectivity, which we are all thinking about. Militarization of the Black Sea, when Russia is planning to open a new additional military naval base in the territory of Georgia, in the region of Abkhazia. My country can also only share the concern about nuclear safety, having experienced the effects of the Chernobyl disaster. For all these reasons, we can only share the conviction that this war against Ukraine has to cease and has to give way to peace in Ukraine and to peace in Europe. And that can only happen if and when, beyond the initial steps that should be designed today, when Russia realizes that it has borders as any other state, and that it has neighbors as any other state, and that international community, new architecture of security can only exist when the big countries, the large countries, and one of the largest ones, recognizes its neighbors, respects its neighbors and their territorial integrity. Slava Ukraini.
Madam President, thank you very much. Now I invite the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, to give his contribution.
Thank you. Madam President of the Swiss Confederation, Mr. President of Ukraine, first of all, let me thank you for organizing this important summit. I would like to briefly focus on 4 points. First, international law and the UN Charter must be the backbone for a just peace in Ukraine. No matter our continent, history, religion, or skin color, we all share the same guiding compass, and this is the UN Charter and its principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, human dignity, and the right to self-defense. These principles are universal, and we must uphold them. Second point, this war has one aggressor, and this is Russia, and one victim, the people of Ukraine. And the people of Ukraine, they have the right to defend their children, their homes, and their communities. And it is our collective duty to protect a world based on laws that govern how countries should live together. This full-scale war is more than an attack on the security of Europe, on the idea of Europe. This is an attempt to drag us all back to a darker past, a world of nuclear confrontation, dramatic food insecurity with economic consequences. This war is an odious attempt to replace the force of law with the law of force, and we cannot give up. Russia's threats to use nuclear weapons are completely unacceptable and irresponsible. Russia's reckless actions are driving up the risk of a nuclear incident with consequences for the entire world, and that's why the EU strongly supports the work of the IAEA, Director General Grossi and staff on the ground. Third point, let's be absolutely clear. There is no room for double standards. International law must be protected always and everywhere without any ambiguity, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and everywhere in the world. This is our global responsibility. Lastly, a word about the future. Peace requires dialogue. Any future dialogue with Russia must be based on international law and the UN Charter, and it's up to Ukraine to decide when it may be possible. This war is a direct attack on the global rules-based order. We need a global response. We all have a choice to make. Don't we let the world slide backward, or do we stand strong and go forward towards international law, fundamental principles, and the UN Charter? We made our choice. The future is up to us. You can count on the EU. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I now give the floor to the President of Chile, Gabriel Boric.
Thank you very much. Dear members of this summit, international stability and peaceful coexistence are, of course, essential for democracy and the sustainable development of nations. Chile, our country, is committed to the respect of territorial sovereignty. We firmly oppose the use or threat of force, and we believe that diplomacy and international law are the only legitimate means for resolving disputes. Consequently, Chile has persistently and vocally condemned Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We have advocated for the respect of human rights and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are essential components of any lasting solution to this conflict. We strongly believe that the situation represents a serious violation of international law and human rights. These same principles, we must say, that are being disregarded by the Israeli government in Gaza. In the face of these blatant violations of international law, as Charles Michel just said, there's no room for ambiguity or indifference. We value the proposal circled for a joint declaration. It is significant that we reach certain commitments that allow us to lessen the effects and risk of war at this stage. We must be capable of bringing positions closer, no matter how difficult it may seem today, and that supposes bringing Russia to the table. In this regard, I want to highlight the importance we give to the protection of Ukrainian nuclear facilities, as they are a key element of international well-being. Likewise, we must rule out the use of nuclear weapons, as many of you have said, because we know they constitute a risk of incalculable consequences for all humanity. It is also essential to ensure Ukraine's maritime sovereignty and food security, which implies allowing the free circulation of food and other products to and from Ukraine, because hunger must never be used as a weapon of war, not here, not in Gaza, nor in any conflict in the world. In addition, it's urgent to promote humanitarian measures such as the release of all prisoners of war, both Russian and Ukrainian. And more so, we need to ensure the protection of Ukrainian children who have been forcibly displaced or illegally transferred to Russia. It is necessary to commit the entire international community on that. Finally, I would like to reaffirm my country's offer to contribute to humanitarian demining in Ukraine at the post-conflict stage. Dear heads of state, why a country that is so far away from this war as Chile is participating in this summit? It is not because we don't like Putin, which personally I don't, or because we have sympathy for Mr. Zelenskyy. It is not because we support NATO ampliation to the east, or because we are part of one or other geopolitical coalition puzzle. It's because we, as a small country in the south of the world with our 20 million inhabitants, are aware that only the respect of international law and human rights can guarantee peace. The same applies to the conflict on Gaza. We do not accept to choose between the barbarism of Hamas or the massacre that the Israeli government, led by the war criminal Mr. Netanyahu, is doing nowadays. We choose humanity and the civilizatory advances that we together as United Nations have achieved. Today is Ukraine and Palestine, tomorrow could be any one of us. So let's keep on working together for peace. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you very much. As next speaker, may I call the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, hosts, organizers, and participants of this summit. In a few days, Russian illegal and unprovoked aggression on Ukraine will have lasted 28 months. It has been 2.5 years of war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the Russian regime and the Russian army all over Ukraine. This war is not only brutal and full of crimes. It is imperial and colonial in its nature. The Kremlin intends to enslave the Ukrainian people, their children, use Ukraine's resources, destroy their culture, and deprive Ukraine of the right to freely choose its development path and security arrangements. In the part of the world which I represent, Russia is often called the prison of nations, and for good reason, because it is home to almost 200 ethnic groups, most of which became residents of Russia as a result of the methods used in Ukraine today. Russia remains the largest colonial empire in a world which, unlike European powers, has never undergone the process of decolonization and has never been able to deal with the demons of its past. As members of the international community, we have to finally say there is no more space for colonialism in the modern world. I want to state clearly, it is solely Moscow who is responsible for the war, but it does not mean that Russia is acting alone. I'm referring here to the shameful role that Putin's puppet in Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, has played in this war while oppressing his own people. I want to remind everyone that not only did he allow the Russian army to attack Ukraine from the territory of Belarus, but he also initiated a series of hybrid attacks against the Baltic states and Poland's eastern borders, attacks which have lasted for 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine, as a victim of a full-scale military aggression, has the full right to defend its sovereignty and independence by any means that are in accordance with the international law. And it is the obligation of the entire international society to spare no efforts in supporting Kyiv in its struggles. The peace agreement that will eventually be worked out has to ensure the sovereignty of Ukraine, full practical capabilities to defend its independence, as well as free and unimpeded right to shape its internal and foreign policies without Moscow's influence. Excellencies, the road to achieving lasting peace will be long and full of challenges. I appreciate the decision of organizers of this event to focus on less controversial issues. I hope that the progress made in those areas will allow us to further pressure the Kremlin to stop the aggression and withdraw its forces from Ukraine in its internationally recognized borders. The success of this initiative depends on bringing on board a vast representation of UN members and supporting the UN Charter. Only with broad international support and comprehensive consultations can we work out a basis for the future peace agreement. This also could and should serve as a universal basis for peace agreements in other conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now it's my pleasure to hand over the floor to the President of Moldova, Maia Sandu.
Distinguished audience, we're here today to talk peace. We all want peace, but what truly defines peace? We know for sure what peace is not. Peace is not capitulation to the aggressor. Occupation of parts or entire countries is not peace and can never be the foundation for peace. Does anyone here at this table believe that giving up parts of your countries can truly bring about lasting peace? Peace must be defended by all of us. We must forge a world that is strong and cohesive and that actively supports nations like Ukraine in their quest for peace and security. Today, I stand before you to reaffirm Moldova's unshaken commitment to the restoration of peace in Ukraine and in Europe, a peace that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We might have limited resources, but we have a strong desire to help. Moldova has taken important steps in line with Ukraine's peace formula. On food security, we facilitate grain exports from Ukraine to global markets, particularly important for countries where food security remains a pressing concern. On humanitarian measures, we have welcomed hundreds of thousands of refugees and joined international efforts to free abducted Ukrainian children. On justice, we have joined the Council of Europe's Registry of Damages to ensure Russia pays reparations. Equally important, we're building resilience so that we can preserve stability at home and be a strong and supportive neighbor to Ukraine, with whom we share 1,200 kilometers of border. Our own journey, however, is not without challenges. Hybrid attacks, coordinated by Russia and its proxies, continue to test us, attempting to undermine our democracy and interfere with our sovereign choices in the upcoming elections. But we have never been more determined to prevail. We understand the stakes at hand: our peace, our freedom, the future of our children. Ladies and gentlemen, peace cannot be bottled within borders. It must be fostered and spread. Therefore, the enlargement of the European Union, a fundamentally peace project, is the best investment in lasting peace and stability on the European continent. In closing, let me be clear. Ukraine's peace is Moldova's peace. And in this interconnected world, global peace cannot exist without it. Only by standing together across continents can we secure a peaceful future for all. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Madam President. May I now request the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, to share his view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. In order to stick to my 3 minutes, I'll make 3 quick points. The first one is that I think there are quite a few cynical people outside of this hall and thinking, is there any point in having a summit on peace? And to them, I think the simple answer is to say that, as a matter of fact, if you don't talk about peace, you can't achieve it. And the mere fact that we have 60 heads of state government here, that we have 100 countries, I think is an achievement in and of itself. And I think for us in the global West, it's very important to listen to the voices that we've heard here today. I listened attentively to the President of Kenya, President of Ghana and Chile, Prime Minister of Qatar, and the Foreign Minister of South Africa. There are wars waging around the world, and they call for peace as much as this one. Now, for those who don't come from next to Russia, you must also understand that a lot of us are worried. We have 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia. Since the 1300s, we've had over 30 wars and skirmishes with Russia. Russia invaded Finland in World War II. We lost 10% of our territory, including the land where my grandparents were born and where my father was born. This is why the reaction from our side has been so vehement. My second point is that I actually think this has been a good week for peace. Why? Because of this summit, because of the G7 summit, because the EU negotiations for Ukraine started this week, and because of the support that our NATO allies are giving to Ukraine. So I think that Ukraine actually starts this path towards peace from a position of strength, much stronger than what it was 3 weeks ago let alone 3 months ago. My third and final point is, when we talk about peace, it's important to talk about the nature of peace. And here's where I think it's very important to listen to not only President Zelenskyy, but all of those who say that this has to be a just and sustainable peace, which is based on international law and the UN Charter. It also means that we need to have a follow-up to this meeting as soon as possible, because peace is very rarely an end state. It's always a process. And let me finish off by saying what my predecessor and mentor, President Ahtisaari, once said: what humans begin, humans can also end. So I hope that this summit will be the first step in the path towards peace. Thank you for the invitation, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me now hand over the floor to the President of Argentina, Javier Milei. The floor is yours.
Buenas tardes a todos. Es un honor para mí y para la Argentina participar de esta cumbre por la paz organizada por el presidente Zelenskyy, con quien hemos entablado un estrecho vínculo. Los argentinos tenemos plena conciencia del valor de la paz y la convivencia democrática como ejes rectores de la vida en sociedad, y por eso quiero agradecer especialmente la invitación a este evento. Quiero expresar, en nombre del pueblo argentino, nuestro máximo apoyo al pueblo de Ucrania y a nuestro amigo el presidente Zelenskyy, ya que como defensores de la idea de la libertad repudiamos cualquier forma de violencia, ya sea entre individuos, pero en particular repudiamos la guerra como mecanismo ilegítimo para dirimir los conflictos entre naciones. La guerra, trágica por naturaleza, no puede ser nunca la respuesta a problemas que deben saldarse en la esfera política. La guerra no es una herramienta legítima para resolver conflictos. La guerra es el último recurso de un pueblo que debe defenderse, nada más ni nada menos. Nosotros somos defensores de la idea de la libertad. El liberalismo, como lo entendemos nosotros, es el respeto irrestricto del proyecto de vida del prójimo, basado en el principio de no agresión, en defensa del derecho a la vida, la libertad y la propiedad privada. Como defensores de la libertad, no podemos abogar por otra cosa más que la paz entre los pueblos y las naciones libres. Cuando nosotros decimos que el principio ordenador de nuestra doctrina es la defensa de la vida, de la libertad y la propiedad de los individuos, lo que estamos diciendo es que hay una relación directa entre la paz, el comercio y la prosperidad. No hay prosperidad económica sin comercio libre, y no hay comercio libre si no hay paz. Y el comercio libre, naturalmente, pacifica, porque, como decía Bastiat, donde entra el comercio no entran las balas. O como decía el propio Milton Friedman, yo puedo odiar a mi vecino, pero si no me compra mi producto, voy a la quiebra. Como soy un ferviente creyente en la conciencia filosófica que hay en el liberalismo y la paz, hago hoy este breve alegato en su defensa, ya que estas ideas parecen haber pasado de moda. Creo que es un paso importante para la Argentina poder hacernos presentes primero en la cumbre del G7 y luego aquí en esta cumbre por la paz, y es parte del gran giro que estamos dando como país luego de décadas de darle la espalda al mundo. Hay una nueva Argentina que abraza una vez más las ideas que hace 150 años la convirtieron en uno de los países más prósperos del mundo. Y hay una nueva Argentina que busca también recuperar el lugar protagónico en el concierto de las naciones que alguna vez tuvo y que nunca debería haber abandonado. Sepan que la Argentina estará siempre comprometida con la defensa de las ideas que hicieron grande a Occidente y que para nosotros la paz entre las naciones libres no solo es un deber moral, sino la condición necesaria para la prosperidad. Muchas gracias a todos.
Mr. President, thank you very much. As next speaker, may I call the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for hosting this important meeting. A year ago, the national security advisors from 14 very different countries met in Copenhagen for a first discussion on how we could advance peace in Ukraine. And today, more than 100 countries and organizations are in this room. I think it shows a very strong and united wish for universal peace and stability. Of course, also for Ukrainians. They have now been under attack for almost 2.5 years, and the widespread global consequences of the war are well known. Russia's continued and relentless attacks against Ukraine's cities and people show how far we are from peace today. Yet we stand strong. We gather here today around a shared understanding and a shared fundamental commitment to the UN Charter and international law, to the principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. This is our baseline, and it has to be our baseline for our path towards peace. If we do not stand up for these principles, then what are we all worth? We cannot accept a world where borders can be changed by military force, where the aggressor sets the rules. We have a special responsibility and we have a common interest to support a solution to the war in Ukraine, a comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine. And by being here today, we have taken that responsibility upon us. As we meet today, we also take good note that concrete progress has been achieved in some key issues: nuclear safety, ensuring reliable export of grain to global markets, and bringing unlawfully deported Ukrainians back home safely. These are not small steps. They make a big difference for many affected all around the world. And these steps must pave the way for concrete results in other areas. I think all of us knows that it's not simple to achieve just and sustainable peace, especially because Russia do not want peace. Not in Ukraine, not in neighboring countries, not in the Sahel region, not in Middle East. And therefore, thank you for inviting us today. We have to continue to talk to each other. We have to listen across continents to find the concrete solutions and to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And now it's my pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, to make her intervention.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the outcome of Russia's aggression against Ukraine will have a profound effect, not only on the European but also global security architecture. Principles such as sovereignty, territorial integrity, discrediting aggression as a tool of statecraft are the most important elements. They must, at all costs, be preserved. Hence, it is critical that these principles are also upheld in case of Ukraine. That is why I'm concerned to hear about the so-called peace plans or initiatives that don't even mention these principles. These are the core principles of the UN Charter, the principles that form the basis for securing peace globally. We should be very careful not to leave an impression that some topics and principles, such as especially Ukraine's territorial integrity, are somehow secondary to others. They clearly are not. Upholding these principles is the most important way towards a just and lasting peace. They must be at the core of any future peace framework. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for 10 years. For the bigger part of it, the world has ignored it. There was hope back then, and some are also hoping now, that territorial concessions to the aggressor would bring peace. This logic echoes the appeasement policies of the 1930s. However, rather than securing peace, the Munich Agreement emboldened Hitler, leading to further aggression and eventually the Second World War. History has proved that giving up territory for peace has too often led and will lead to further aggressions. To achieve peace, we will have to learn from our own mistakes. Failure to do so would bring a colossal cost in human lives across the globe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Many countries have suffered under colonial wars. So has mine. I know that Russia isn't typically thought as colonial power. Estonia, my own country, went through Russia's colonization and occupation for almost half a century, up until 1991. I grew up during the last part of that time. My own mother, forcefully deported to Siberia as a baby, has suffered from war crimes that Russia inflicted upon far too many. In theory, it was called peace, but it was peace on Russian terms, meaning mass atrocities, meaning repressions, meaning colonization. So witnessing the continuation of Russia's colonialistic land grab policy today in Ukraine is a heartbreaking reminder of how history can repeat itself. I really hope this time we are able to learn from our past mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kallas. May I pass the floor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey, Mr. Hakan Fidan.
Esteemed Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, at the outset, let me thank our host for bringing us together, President Amherd and President Zelenskyy. For more than 2 years now, a devastating war is unfolding in the middle of Europe as a result of occupation of Ukraine. According to some estimates, the number of casualties is more than 500,000, and the war has already turned into a war of attrition. With each passing day, this tragedy could even get worse. Therefore, the timing of this peace conference couldn't be better. As the war goes on, we are running the escalation of two major risks. Geographically, this war can extend beyond Ukraine. We are already seeing deepening fault lines and fueling polarization at global levels. It is increasingly becoming a war more than between Russia and Ukraine. Secondly, this destructive conventional war has the inherent risk of involving the weapons of mass destruction. Today, we are here trying to avoid these two risks and put an end to war. We have the Ukrainian peace plan in front of us, and Russia has recently shared some terms. Regardless of the content and the conditions put forward, these are important steps and a glimpse of hope to start with. However, each side regards the other party's steps as an extension of broader war effort. This conference, therefore, may be the last exit before the breach. Excellencies, I must also note that this summit could have been more result-oriented if the other party to the conflict, Russia, was present in the room. We believe there is a growing need for a comprehensive and inclusive strategy that employs diplomacy and negotiations to reinforce measures already in play. From the beginning, Turkey has been actively engaging in diplomatic efforts. The Istanbul talks of March 2022 and the Black Sea Grain Initiative were signs that diplomacy and negotiations can really bring progress. Turkey is, as always, ready to facilitate the process. Let me underline one point here. What made the grain initiative successful and unique was its inclusive nature. It provided predictability to both sides and ensured navigation safety for the maritime exports. There is much to be learned from this example. Our most recent attempt to introduce a similar mechanism almost delivered a positive outcome. We will not shy away from putting further efforts. Turkey is staunch in its support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. Our vision for peace is realistic, inclusive, and practical. We are committed to crafting a way forward to that end. As President Erdogan pointed out, a fair peace will have no losers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Fidan. I have now the honor to pass on the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Italy, Antonio Tajani.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting us today here. The position of the Italian government is clear. As the G7 president, Italy wants to keep Ukraine at the center of this national and international agenda. Our political goal is a just peace. We are not at war with Russia, but unfortunately, there are not signs of goods from Putin to achieve peace. In fact, this war could end any moment if Russia puts an end to its aggression against Ukraine and restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. A just peace cannot imply surrender of Ukraine and continued occupation of its territory by Russia. It takes to make peace. This summit is a call for a peace based on justice and principles. The Italian President of the G7 has three clear priorities: peace, stability and growth. Italy is at the forefront in the reconstruction effort. This week in Berlin, we announced a new important initiative in the health sector, energy infrastructure, connectivity, particularly transportation in the railway sector, and culture. Special attention will go to humanitarian demining. I signed with Minister for Communities Skurakov a new memorandum to strengthen the reconstruction of Odessa. Italy will host the next conference for the reconstruction of a country in 2025. Today we are also to work together on three key areas for the future of Ukraine: nuclear safety, food security and release of prisoners of war, and the repatriation of deported Ukrainian children. This is an important point for us. Italy gives an important contribution in all these sectors. We will continue to do so. On nuclear safety, Italy firmly supports the International Atomic Energy Agency and the action led by its Director General Grossi. Food security is a key priority for the Italian government and of our G7 presidency. At the G7 summit in Borgo Egnazia, we adopted the Apulia Food System Initiative to work on concrete objectives. Food security will be at the center of the G7 development ministerial meeting I will host in Pescara in October. We stress our full support to the program Grain from Ukraine, and we support the strengthening of Ukrainian agri-food system. It has been very positive in this context, the role played by Turkey. In this respect, we value the importance of free and safe commercial navigation. The protection of children is the most important priority. Always from Gaza to Haiti to Ukraine, in the spirit of the initiative led by the Vatican. From everywhere, we welcome in Italy young children, we provide medical support, we help them as much as we can. For this, Mr. Zelenskyy, count on Italy. We are ready for working for your country, in defense of your country. We are ready also for sending a new military package, because without our defense, it's impossible also to work for the reconstruction tomorrow. For this, we want to stop this difficult situation. Count on us, count on Italy.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. And finally, it is my pleasure to hand over the floor to the President of France, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you, Ignacio, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, dear colleagues, ministers, I think there is a lot of convergence, which is not a big surprise around this table today. But just three remarks completely in line with what was said and try to gather the key ideas. First, all of us are committed to build a sustainable peace. And as it was mentioned by several of you, such a peace could not be a Ukrainian capitulation. This is why the precondition is to help Ukraine to resist in such a situation to this aggression, because there is one aggressor and a victim. Second, it's clearly to reiterate the fact that nobody in this room is in war against Russia. But everybody wants a sustainable peace, meaning a peace respecting international rule and restoring Ukraine in its sovereignty. Second, this war is a global issue. And I think such a gathering, and I want to congratulate your presidency, is the best evidence of the fact that from all continents, people are here to support peace in Ukraine. Because what is at stake are our international rules and the possibility to have peace everywhere. Because in launching this war, Russia decided first to be an imperialist regime. So we have to strengthen the fundamental principle of the UN Charter and international law in order to make borders and sovereignty being respected. Second, Russia decided to be a revisionist power because we have to avoid the resumption of war everywhere where a power wants to revise recent treaties and to justify an annexion or an aggression by what the world was in the 19th or 18th century. Because just let's imagine once again for all of us around this table what would happen, but this is exactly what they are doing. So in such a context, this is a global issue for these reasons. On top of that, this war clearly affected all continents and global order because of the fact that our rules and our UN Charter is not respected, but because of the consequence of on food and stability and so on. My third point is that precisely this summit is a milestone to reiterate our attachment to the core principles of our international laws. And through the draft communiqué and remarks made by colleagues, nuclear safety and security, food security, humanitarian issues are three pillars where, through this conference, we gather leaders and countries from all the world in order to reiterate our view. I want to insist on the fact that now one of the key priorities clearly to secure the situation around Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and not to accept any complacency vis-à-vis the attacks targeting civilian targets and infrastructures as well in Ukraine. These are war crimes and are clearly a top priority at this moment, and I want as well to support fully the role of the International Agency for Atomic Energy. My last point is on top of all this initiative, a lot of leaders mention follow-ups. We will have the resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on the Olympic truce. We don't see this truce as an obligation vis-à-vis Ukraine, and I want to be clear here, and I was clear with President Zelenskyy. This is clearly a call for Russia to cease its war of aggression and its attacks on civilians and civilian facilities. And a lot of religious leaders are taking very important initiatives in parallel. And I think increasing the pressure in this context to have a truce on the Russian side is extremely important. I suggest that in parallel, we build all together a follow-up in order to enlarge the circle of countries joining our efforts, to avoid the big divide of the world, and to avoid, I would say, the temptation of other initiatives, and not to compete in terms of initiative, but just to have a follow-up, adding countries and not dividing the circle, and clearly to build what should be a set of key requirements of the global community that we could put on the table vis-à-vis Russia. And I think this is the best way to help Ukraine to build the framework of a sustainable peace, meaning a peace respecting international order. So I think it would be great if, right after this initiative and this summit hosted by Switzerland, all of us coordinate in order to increase the outreach and work in that direction. I want once again, dear Ignacio, dear Viola, to thank you for this great initiative and obviously to reiterate our full support to President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian people.
Monsieur le Président, thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please let me thank you all for this rich discussion. The head of protocol will now inform us how we proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Cassis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask now all heads of delegation and heads of delegation only to stand up and proceed to that door, the main door of the room, and follow the liaison officer to the site of the family photo. Please, all other delegates remain seated until we are gone. Otherwise, it's going to be a chaos. So please, only heads of delegation.
Everybody starts shooting,
Messieurs, Cheminot, protocole. Слава Україні!